Hey everybody, welcome to the stream and welcome to another day in Azeroth. Thank you all very much for joining me. Hope everybody is doing fantastic on this Tuesday. Amy, Towan, Tanita, Gerald, Wayne, Dragonsbane, Jamal, Chaos, Dante, Heavy G, welcome everyone. Do I plan to live stream when TBC launches? Yeah. Dragonsbane, I might want to do dungeons, not much wildlife in Stranglethorn. We're going to start off in the Arathi Highlands. I doubt it'll be a lot better, but we'll see. Undoubtedly, we will do some dungeons at some point today. I'm about to hit 37. I would like to do Cathedral at some point. Like a handful of Cathedral runs. Sounds good. Apparently there's one piece of loot in there, a pair of bracers that I might actually want. So we'll see. I don't think I've ever seen them drop, so we'll see how that goes. CNET, welcome to the stream, buddy. Good afternoon to you. Good morning. Let's go this way. Yeah, I mean, the servers are probably going to be busy for the next few months, if I had to guess. It's probably going to be a long time before we see an Azeroth that's not this busy. Unless you're playing, like, during some weird hours. Which is good. It's good, but yes, it makes it hard to quest. In certain locations. You know, there are always those bottleneck quests, those bottleneck locations where everyone seems to get bunched up. David, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Candle Cove, welcome. Thanks for joining us today. I haven't seen a lot of players, but I haven't seen a lot of trolls that are alive either. So somebody's got to be around here farming these guys. You don't have to wait long for a dungeon group. Asterisk, depending on your spec. Like, there are plenty of people for a group. Depending on your spec and whether or not you're completely solo, you could still wait. But, you know, it's nice to have friends and guildmates. Lale, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Well, that is level 37. Okay. We are going to start putting points into aggression. I'm going to do my 3 points in aggression first. That's going to increase the damage of Sinister Strike and Eviscerate by 2% each point. And after that, we'll grab Weapon Expertise. I'm going to take the flat damage increase talent first. Trolls can't be druids until Cataclysm. I'd love to see more race class combos possible in Classic, but at this point we're just waiting for Classic Plus. In Classic Plus, maybe we'll get some more good combos. Open things up a little bit for people. David, morning, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. Lael, I'm doing great, man. It's another day in life, and I mean, my life is pretty amazing. Do I know what weapons a troll can start with? So weapons are determined by your class. The weapons that you are able to equip are going to be determined by what class you roll, not by your race. Now, that being said, if you look at like the warrior class, each race kind of starts with a different loadout. So if you look at a warrior, I think mostly we start with sword and shield, but that might be a little bit different. But ultimately, what weapons you can train is going to be determined by your class. Sometimes what weapon you start with is determined by your race. Are the white bark a type of troll, or is it like Darkstripe? I think it's a tribe. Yeah, the wither bark. The wither bark are a tribe. I think they're just forest trolls, or jungle trolls, or whatever you use, like the basic trolls. I think when you get into like different species of troll, we're talking about like sand trolls, blood trolls, ice trolls. Like, there are some different, like, species of troll, but I think Witherbark is just a tribe. YouTube trolls are also a tribe. This is true. They might also be a species. Some of them are so strange that I would go so far as to say that some internet trolls are a different species. Red Robin, do I get any snow in my area? I live in the northeastern United States, so yes. I have gotten and do get all kinds of weather. We get all 4 seasons here. And we get all 4 seasons very, very fully. In the summer, it's incredibly hot and humid. In the winter, it's incredibly cold and snowy and icy. We get all of it. I realized today that we do have a crossbow equipped. We've had this crossbow equipped for a long time, and I've never used it. We still have the same 200 rough arrows that we had when I first bought it. That being said, I mean, it's going to be pretty useless. But if we ever wanted to pull something out of a pack for some reason, we do have it. Usually if I'm going to go through the effort of pulling something carefully out of a pack, on the rogue, I'd rather stealth in, sap one, and kill the other one, as opposed to bothering to try to pull something back. I'd rather go in, CC one, and then fight. So I don't think there's a lot of opportunity for the ranged weapon to really come into play. Oh no, they have the high ground. We don't want that. You wonder if it's ever worth opening with Garrote instead of Cheap Shot? Not when I'm soloing, because things don't live that long, and also Cheap Shot gives you 2 combo points right off the bat. It gives you 2 combo points and it stuns. So I go right into a 2-point slice and dice, and by the time the mob is like out of its stun, I've usually dealt a little bit of damage to it. Maybe if you wanted to maximize your damage on a boss fight, something that's going to live a bit longer, it might be worth it to get the damage over time. But I love getting the 2 combo points, and then like we can get them down like sometimes even a half of their health before they come out of the stun and actually start attacking us. So in my opinion, for soloing, there's really no better way to open than with a good old-fashioned cheap shot. Also, cheap shot, you don't have to be behind the target, so you can kind of game it. You can just walk up right to their face, cheap shot them, get behind them, and you're good to go. I love cheap shot. Dragons have been cheap. The sound of cheap shot triggers you. Yeah, because you're used to getting ganked. Yeah, when you're doing it, when you're the one making the noise, you won't get triggered. But you'd have to play a rogue to kind of get over that. It's a nice sound when you're the rogue. It's a bad sound for everyone else. Yeah, see, CNET has the same problem. Dragon's Bane and CNET both get triggered by the sound of me coming out of stealth and cheap shotting somebody. Like the stream has to have a trigger warning. Dustin, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Marie, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm doing great today. Thanks for asking. Hope your day is a good one. Yeah, Cena, it doesn't help when you are actively PvPing. You could be ganked at any moment. In fact, you might want to look behind you. I need to find the cave. Somewhere there's a cave that we can go into, and that's where we're going to find the Shadow Hunter knife. I feel like it's somewhere back this way. Yeah, it's got to be over here somewhere. Gerbert, good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. Caves are dangerous? Not for me, they're not. Not for me, I'm OP. Nothing is dangerous for me. Lars, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Dragon's Bane, you got level 40. Congrats, man. Hey, and your mount is free. Which is always awesome. Alright, so we got the Shadow Hunter knife. We are looking for 4 more tusk and 1 more medicine pouch. And we don't have to be inside the cave for that stuff. It would be nice to have some reputation farms you could do to lower the cost of the mount further. Like optional reputation grinds. That could just bring the cost way down. That would be really cool for everybody. It's like you could grind up the money for the mount while doing the reputation stuff to bring the cost down. You know, 2 birds, 1 stone. Well, there we go. There's the last pouch. And now we're just going after tusks. Yeah, you can get a 10 gold discount. Naturally, most people, the way they play, you'll end up getting a 10 gold discount because of getting rep with your main faction. But I want there to be, like, quest grinds or item grinds you can do that can lower it more than that. Because I think that'd be an option, like a fun option for something to do. It would incentivize people to grind in like the level 30s. Which you kind of need to do anyway. To some extent. Alright, I lied. The crossbow could be useful. Could be useful sometimes. Infiltrator Cord of the Monkey. A belt with 6 agility and 6 stamina. Ours is better, but I'm gonna hang on to that. That might actually sell well on the auction house. I've noticed that of the monkey stuff is selling really well right now. Maybe a lot of people are running rogues. Gerbert, I'm glad you're digging the Guild Wars stuff. I'm gonna get back to it as soon as break's over, but part of me kind of wants to start the Nightfall campaign and check that out, just because people have been telling me like non-stop how much better the Nightfall campaign is for new players. So I may keep going with Prophecies, but I may jump to Nightfall. But either way, I will have more Guild Wars stuff coming after the winter break. Karen, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. We are done here. Alright, let's go turn this one in, and we'll think about what we want to do next. CNET, Dragonsbane, what are you guys up to? When do you think you'll want to run some Scarlet Monastery? I have other stuff I can do in this area. I could go into Alterac and go after the Knucklebones. I need to pick that quest up. And I could go after this, so I have stuff in the area I could do. But eventually here I'll be interested in trying to get like some cathedral runs in. I have solved most of my problems with the Prophecies campaign, that's true. It was tough for a while, and people have told me that I'm close. My problem with Prophecies is that like aesthetically, I kind of hate the post-Searing Ascalon area. Story-wise, it's cool, but like visually, I kind of hate it. But I think I'm like sticking to the main missions. I think I'm getting close to getting out of that area. So I'm gonna get out of that Ascalon area, and then I'm gonna decide if I want to keep going or try something else. When I get back to it. Three or four missions left. Right on. Yeah, this shouldn't be a problem for me to get through. I understand enough now. And I'm going to turn on the function that like shows the names of the NPCs and the names of all the interactable items and just kind of leaves that up as opposed to having to hit Alt when I want to see it. I had it on originally and then I turned it off because I thought it was kind of obnoxious from like a viewer experience. But it's pretty obvious that the game is structured in such a way that like you have to have that on. You have to be able to see the interactable objects and all that stuff. Otherwise, you just miss too many things. Alright, let's jump a flight over to South Shore.
What can I do for you?
There's a quest I'm going to pick up, and then we're going to head into the Alterac Mountains.
Have a good one.
And then we'll see, whenever CNET's around and wants to tank some Scarlet Monastery, then we'll go do that. Here we go. Crush Ridge Bounty.
Greetings.
9 dirty knuckle bones.
Later.
Don't neglect my Thistle Tea quest. So far I've been neglecting the shit out of it. I know I'm a bad rogue, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll do it eventually. I might just buy some Thistle Tea off the auction house, I don't know. Maybe I'll do it. I have a bad track record with doing class quests. I tend to just keep ignoring them and ignoring them and ignoring them. I think I had a warrior where like I didn't get defensive stance until like level 30, and then I didn't get berserker stance until like level 40 something because I just didn't bother doing the quest. SH, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for being here today. Might be able just to grab it from Ravenholt. I don't even know where Ravenholt is. I've never played a rogue past like level 25 in Classic Era. So this is the highest level Classic Era rogue I've ever had. I had a human rogue in TBC during one of the Joyous Journey events, but that was a long time ago in a different version of the game. It's somewhere here in Hillsbrad, right on. I was pickpocketing some items that were like Ravenholt rep items from the guys in Stromgard. I wonder if I vendored them. No, here they are. I was pickpocketing these syndicate emblems. It seems like a pickpocket farm that a rogue might do for rep. Alright, if we're gonna do some questing, I'm gonna pop my world buff. I captured a world buff. There we go. Alterac's a cool area. It doesn't really stand on its own. It seems like more kind of just a part of Hillsbrad questing. Because we don't do a lot here. But it's a nice addition to Hillsbrad. David, thank you so much for the $23.45 super chat. Celebrating the meme of the year 2025. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. This year is about to come to a close. That much is true. We'll see if 2026 feels any different than 2025. Yeah, internet memes make being a kid's teacher even more difficult than it normally was. Like, it was already basically impossible. But you get them going on some memes. Like, oh, every time the teacher says the numbers 6 and 7 in order, the whole class erupts and it takes 5 minutes to get them back on track. Oh, that's good. The numbers 6 and 7 are consecutive numbers, so we hear them together often. That's the problem. It's almost like it was something designed intentionally to disrupt school life. Ryan, you're not supposed to get it. Yeah, I don't get it either. I still don't get it. You know, and I have a 10-year-old and I don't get it. I don't need to get it. I don't want to get it. And even if I got it, nothing would change. It would all still be just as annoying as it currently is. It would all still fill me with the same feeling of hopelessness for humanity that I feel. Even if I understood it. Furthermore, I actually believe that there is a level of stupidity so dense and so thick that if you interact with it at all, you will in fact become less intelligent just by merely butting up against that level of stupidity. It's why I stay off the internet. I don't have social media. I don't have Facebook. I don't scroll the internet because I do feel like there is a certain kind of stupidity. That's really sticky. And if you spend too much time around it, it just starts to stick to you, and you don't notice it, and then it builds up and builds up. And then you find yourself one day completely enshrouded in this, like, complete miasma of idiocy, to the point where all the idiocy, it starts to seem normal to you. You start to think, well, you know, everything's dumb, but that's just the way it is, but that's not really the way it is. Unless you let yourself get stuck into it. So I just don't interact with any of it. Yeah, I don't have any social media. I'm not on Facebook, I'm not on Twitter. I don't even know what kind of content one puts on Instagram. I don't do any of it, and I haven't for a long time. It's not a new thing with me. I have never really engaged with social media. And, you know, like, I feel like I'm already dumb enough as it is. And every year that I get older, I lose brain cells. So why? Why should I make it worse for myself? I'm just gonna keep playing my video game and living my life, and people can 6-7 right the fuck off, and I don't care. You are literally streaming on the internet. I know the frustration that the things I just said might cause you, but this is my internet presence. This is it, just right here with you guys. Like, there is no scrolling, there are no photos going up from my daily life. I'm not telling anecdotes, I'm not lecturing people on X. Like, I just don't engage with any of it. This is my entire social media presence. This is my entire internet exposure, like right here with you guys. And that's it. And so, like, imagine when all I'm doing is recording content. When I'm just recording content, I'm in a complete silo. I'm not even exposed to the internet when I'm just recording stuff. The 80s were the decade of constant Star Wars references. My life has been a life of constant Star Wars references. True story. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Oh, that's a Spaceballs reference. Sorry. Almost the same movie. Primordial, welcome to the stream. You came at a good time. I mean, to be fair, the first time I saw Spaceballs, I was like 8 or 9 years old. And it probably took me about a decade to really understand that Spaceballs was not actual Star Wars universe canon. That it was a comedy. Because my child brain just kind of like took it as seriously as one could. And yeah, I don't think I understood that it was not Star Wars canon for many years. I mean, they're basically just spoofing it, so it's free game. Like, you can spoof anything you want, I think. You can't use, like, proper nouns. But yeah, it's just like a full-on spoof. Turn it on for 10 minutes and you'll understand. It's worth it. We seem to have murdered off all of the ogres. Alright, we could continue up the road. We could go after the Alterac Signet Rings and the Shadow Mages. And then on the way back, we can catch the rest of our Knucklebones. Let's do that. Let's see how the situation is up here at the little village. Did the Alterac Mountains become a dead zone after Wrath? Like Cataclysm Alterac Mountains? I don't know. I don't really remember doing anything in Alterac after Wrath. I'm sure there must have been some quests, but even in Classic there's not a lot to do here. There's like a handful of quests, but typically you always spend a little bit of time here. I don't remember post-Cata anything about Alterac Mountains. It must have existed. Alright, we got guys in stealth around here. Also, the mages here will kind of relocate themselves. They'll move, they'll run away, and then start to recast. So that can sometimes cause problems too. This place is scary when you do it on hardcore. Between the stealth guys and the moving guys, you're bound to run into trouble. Oh yeah, I should be pickpocketing some emblems off these. I don't even know what the emblems are for. Like, I don't know if I'm ever going to turn them in or if I even care, but maybe I should. And maybe I'd care more if I weren't just prepping for TBC, you know? How'd I like the 52 degrees to 21 degrees in one day? It was typical Michigan weather. The fun thing was that it hit 55 degrees like late at night. It was like 10 p.m. and that's when we got to the high temperature for the day. It was 10 p.m. at night. That was surreal. But then, you know, you wake up the next morning and it's not 52 anymore, it's 22. That's typical Michigan weather. Winter has just begun, so like we're in for it now. That's going to be the last 50-degree day we see until probably April or May. Yeah, in Kansas City it went from like 70 to 30. Like it was 70 and then it was 30. It's like, oh, okay, great. So, you know, that's our modern day weather. It's kind of crazy. Well, that was fun. Patrick, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Well, there we go. We're done with the rings. Shadow Mages and Head of Nagaz. That stuff is back here, and that's a bit of a higher level, so I don't think we're going to go after that right now. We will go back and try to get the rest of our knuckle bones off the ogres. I wonder if I can stealth back here and get the worn leather book. I wonder if I can do that. Because that one turns in back in Stormwind. We almost have all the tomes for this. But I think the leather book is surrounded by elites. But if I can just stealth to the item, and if there's not like multiple elites standing right by it, then I might be able just to loot it and stealth out. I just don't have any memory of what that area is like. But I think I might go check it out. Were my weapons gifted to me? Yes. Yes, they were. It's called streamer privilege. So I'm thinking it's going to be in this building. Maybe it's going to be up on like a second floor. Hopefully away from any mobs. There is a named elite guard guarding the bookshelf. Maybe I can sap him. Maybe I can sap him, loot the item, and run away. Maybe this warlock just killed him for me. Yes, that's what happened. The warlock had just killed him, so look how lucky we got. We probably could have sapped him though. He's level 40, maybe it would have missed. But yeah, I'm glad I came up here because now we got that one done. Can turn that in next time we are in Stormwind. Yeah, aggroing that guy was probably just a bad idea. I don't have any vanishing powder on me because I am awesome. So let's hope we can just leash these guys. Nope. Alright, we're just gonna keep running. Alright, so we do need one more tome. So I'm gonna fight ogres in this area here until they drop it. Assuming we can find ogres. Well, there we go. That works out. Alright, let's go turn these in, and then I think we're going to do some Scarlet Monastery. CNET, let me know if you want to tank these runs. I know you're trying to do your AV grind on your warrior, and that's fine, but let me know. I'm gonna turn these in, then head up that way. That way, no matter what, we'll be able to get some summons going if we need them. I'm going to go ahead and capture this world buff because we're going to be doing some traveling. We're going to be doing some waiting around. So I'm going to recapture the world buff and just hang on to it until we're back out doing some soloing. Jay West, thank you for being here for it.
Honor, friend. For the Alliance, light bless you. For the Alliance.
You need something? Be careful. For the Alliance. Have a good one.
LOL. I can't queue for Cathedral yet. I can't queue for Cathedral, so I could just spam the channel. Ooh, we need everything though. We could start with Armory and try to take that group into Cathedral afterwards. Run Nomergon? No. I'm assuming I need to hit 38 to be able to put myself in the queue for Cathedral. That's what I'm assuming. Dragon's Bane, I wonder if you could put us in the queue since you're 40. I'm gonna pass you lead. You let me know whether or not that allows you to see the queue. CNET's deep in the AV grind, so he's gonna keep doing that for now. So we're gonna be looking for tank and heals. And I don't mind spamming, but yeah, not being able to see the queue kind of sucks. Worst comes to worst, we can just do Armory, and then pretty soon I'll be 38. Kind of assuming that since I'm in the group and I'm a lower level, it's still not going to let you see Cathedral. But you never know. See if you can queue us for Cathedral. It doesn't let me see Cathedral when I'm group leader because I'm only level 37. So I'm wondering if you can see it, then we can pluck some people out of the queue. Yeah, okay, so you can put us in the queue even though I'm level 37. That's nice. We need everything. We need a tank. We need a healer. We need 1 DPS. There's a tank in the queue, this with Dumper. What a appealing name this warrior has. There is a tank. We could grab him if we want to do that. And then we would just need a healer. And by then, you know, we'll probably be just about ready to toss out summons. I'll spam the looking for group, and I will let you know if anybody whispers me. So right now we're just looking for tank and heals. Nice, nice. It's gonna be great when we're in Outland and we can just grab people from the guild. It's gonna be such a good time to do like mostly guild runs and not have to worry about finding tank and heals. You're not used to group lead. I know. I know. I wouldn't have asked if I could have got us in the queue. I'll start spamming for a tank. Once I hit 38, I should be able to queue up. I'll add the can summon into my spam. Maybe that will entice a tank. Well, there we go. Very nice. Well done. It looks like we have a couple minutes till summon. I'm gonna go refill my coffee really fast. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright. Sorry, I'm back. Let's do this. I like it. Type 1 if you're ready for summon. No reply. We might have people that don't speak a lot of English, I guess. I don't really know. But yeah, I see not... There we go. We got a 1. Okay. That's a start. Now we just have to assume maybe the rogue will be ready. You ready for summons? You guys are ready for summons? Okay. You're more ready than our rogue is ready. So, or he just can't read it. We should just toss him a summon and just hope for the best. And if he doesn't take it, then we can boot him and find somebody else. If you have the shards. Kamomu, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Caitlin, thanks for joining us. Alright, here we go. There, yeah, see, he asked, can you summon? See, yeah, we can summon. In the name of the light is the end of a chain. Part of a Desolace chain. You gotta go kill the Skellies in southern Desolace as the first part of that chain. And we have not been out to Desolace, and I don't plan to go there very soon. Although maybe we should be going to Desolace. What level is the Centaur grinding quest? Oh no, maybe I already missed it. I feel like it's like level 32 or level 34, but maybe we should get out to Desolace at some point. Sword of Serenity looks nice. And it's a little bit better than what we have as far as like DPS. So maybe I really want that. Maybe I really want that reward. We have to get out to Desolace. The Skellies we have to kill are like level 39, but I think we can take them because we're buffed up. Speaking of buffs, let's get weapon poisons going. And let's get our head in the game. We'll do an agility pot. Two-handed ret as a tank. Is that what he's doing? He might be. I don't know. I have not been paying attention to the tank. Let's see. Yeah, he's got the Ravager, actually. The Ravager is probably so much damage, and that's probably why he's holding aggro. He's probably relying on, like, sheer damage output to hold aggro. And with the Ravager, you know, that's entirely possible. That's how I would do it. I would just go in with a massive two-hander. Kyle, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm glad that I was able to help you in that situation because that sounds really awful. I can't imagine a worse place to be sick. Like when you're sick, you just want to be at home. And I can't imagine being stuck on a ship and feeling that way. I'm glad I could do something to help you through that, buddy. And then when you get home, then you need a vacation from your vacation. Then you have to be home and like, okay, now I need to recuperate. That would be like the worst part. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not a fan of boats. Unless it's a canoe or a kayak and I'm just like out on a lake. I would not be a fan of being like kind of stuck on a boat. Like the idea of being on a boat in the middle of the ocean kind of initiates like a panic response in my chest, like just thinking about it. Something about it, I don't like the idea of it. And then also like mainly the other part is like you're surrounded by so many people in that situation that are like complete strangers. It's the worst part. I mean, maybe if I was like completely alone on a boat in the middle of the ocean, that would be preferable to being around like hundreds of other people who I don't know and being stuck on a boat in the middle of the ocean. Crippling poison is helpful. Yeah, to stop runners it probably is, but you know. I think we'll be okay. Runners are part of the fun in these dungeons. It's all part of the fun. CNET, I'm afraid to ask, buddy. I'm afraid to ask. Maybe you'll tell me. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna make any assumptions. I have no idea. Muggles. I'm happy that you called them muggles. That's adorable. It's adorable, and it takes the sting out of it. I think you've been doing too much AV, though. You know what I mean? You're holding them to the standards of somebody who's done like 100 hours of AV. It's okay. Eventually, this pain will end. Eventually, this too shall pass. Yeah, muggles. Like in Harry Potter, like people who don't use magic and don't have access to magic are called muggles. It's like a slur for people, you know, it's a slur kind of. But it's a made up slur. So we can use a made up slur from Harry Potter from a kid's book. And that's okay. Yeah, just somebody who's way out of the loop. Basically just someone who has no idea what's going on. And that would be how we're using muggles in this case. Like someone who just has no idea what's really going on. That's all. My DPS is way low this run. I need to focus up. Try to be a little bit more useful to the group. That probably starts by making sure I have my weapon poisons up. If I really want to be helpful, I could pop this world buff back onto myself, but kind of want to save the world buff for when I'm soloing. I'm selfish that way. Yeah, in AV there's like faction bosses and stuff you have to go kill. And so the bosses probably have mechanics and stuff. And so if someone's just used to PvPing, then they get into this PvP match, but suddenly the PvP match has PvE mechanics and they don't know what's going on. That's exactly what would happen to me. Like if I went into AV right now, I would have no idea what was going on. And I would get killed to the first mechanic that wasn't like telegraphed well. No doubt. Nah, we just use it for people who don't know what's going on. Every character in WoW is magical in some way. Even if you're not using mana. We've ascertained that, like, technically, every class has access to some kind of, like, unnatural or unphysical abilities. I think with warriors it would be their shouts. Like, the shouts, I feel like, are kind of almost like a magical effect in a way. Thunderclap literally has electricity running through it. So Thunderclap seems like it's also something that's tapping into some kind of power that's not sheerly like physical training. Oh, the other rogue is level 43. Okay, I keep trying to beat him on the meters, but he does have quite a level advantage over me, so I don't feel so bad now. I'm gonna let go of some of my guilt and just accept that he has many levels on me. What I found at leveling my most recent warriors is that Sunder armor is actually incredibly useful even if you're soloing. I permanently worked it into my soloing rotation on like the last 2 warriors that we played. It's really useful. But then again, it took me 20 years to really realize that I could use it, you know, not just for tanking, that it could benefit me. The reason they don't see the usefulness of it is because they're not really thinking about the game like an RPG. Like, whereas in a true RPG, status effects like weakened armor and things like that actually matter and actually have a powerful effect. They're kind of thinking about it in like action game terms, where they're like, well, why would I bother with that when I can just push another button that does damage? They're not thinking about like the long-term effect of like that loss of armor, because they're just not considering the game like a full RPG. Oh god. Yeah, he's level 42. We're gonna hit some of the time. And some of the time we're not gonna hit. Luckily, between Dragon's Bane and this other Warlock, we have, or this other Rogue, we have a ton of damage. Seen it, the more questions you answer, the more I can just play the game. So I don't mind. Looks like she dropped the one-handed mace. Increases healing done by up to 15. Oh, healing, yeah, and spells. We are going to greed on that. The only person that can really use that is the Pally for like a healing offset. Nobody else really needs it. This is my main. Yeah, we're looking at it. This rogue is going to be my main raiding character. And then I also want to have a... I don't know if I want to have a Shami or a Pally. I'm going to have a Draenei as my alt. But I don't know if it's going to be a Pally or a Shami at this point, honestly. I think it's going to be Pally, because I think, like, I'm still not a big fan of managing totems. And I don't think Shaman get the button to lay down a totem loadout and to retract a totem loadout until Wrath of the Lich King. So I think it's going to be a Draenei Paladin. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't like the totem management. Am I not going to have a Blood Elf? Not right away. Not right away, but probably as a recorded series. I would like to do a Blood Elf nighttime recorded series. Eventually. But my main focus is going to be playing this character and getting an alt going. Are we just looking for a DPS? Why don't we grab a hunter or a mage? If that's all we're looking for. Blood Elf Druid? If only. In TBC, Blood Elves can't even be warriors. It's a true story. We need a tank? I thought this dude was tanking. I think we're just looking for DPS. This Pally's the tank, right? I mean, he's got a shield. I think we just need to grab a DPS. Preferably not another rogue. We can grab this hunter. Or we can grab this mage. And they're in Dalaran, so maybe we can send them a summon. Does the paladin have Righteous Fury up? Not at the moment they don't. At least I can't see it if they do. I can see all their other buffs. Did we reset? Okay, yeah. Remember that one time we didn't reset Armory? Let's make sure we don't do that again. That'd be embarrassing. Oh, it wasn't him. I thought it was the hunter asking for water. My bad. Let's try that again. There we go. Yeah, okay. It was the healer that doesn't have water. That's reassuring. If I'd have known that, then we would have just grabbed the mage. Apparently the Pally needs a summon back. A warlock's job is never done. It always feels like a waste to come in here and not clear all the mobs on the other side. Like, there's really no reason to rush the dungeon because you're mainly here for the experience. And it's not like the boss drops like a chunk of XP or anything like that. So I always find it weird that people just don't clear the whole place. Sadly, my skill is not high enough to unlock that box. Oh my god, Curse of Blood. Physical damage taken is increased by 20 for 10 minutes. That's rough. Is that a magical effect? It's a curse. So I guess we have no one that can deal with curses. Can a priest decurse? You would think that either a priest or a mage. But I'm not sure. Kind of thought paladins could decurse as well. A priest can't do it. I thought paladins could. I don't really care that I have the debuff. The worst part is the tank has it. I'm sure he'll be fine. Karen, have a good rest of your evening. We'll see you next time. Well, there we go. There's a good cloth helmet. 9 stamina, 14 intellect, and 14 spirits. And then we have the shield. 7 strength, 8 stamina, 7 spirit. Still no leather bracers. I think I have one more run in me before I want to get back to some questing. That priest has waited 8 runs for the helmet. Yeah, that luck makes sense. That's classic era luck. Alright, healer's good for one more. It's a good start. Dragon's Bane, make sure we reset it. Nobody has left the group, so I mean, I'm assuming everybody's in for one more. We are about to find out. Waiting on the tank to decide. Nothing happened? You saw nothing? When can we start running Uldaman? I don't know. I don't know if a lot of people do Uldaman. But probably not till like level 40, I would say. Isn't the last boss in Uldaman level 45? Level 47, maybe? I think the last boss is pretty high level. If I recall correctly. He's level 47. Yeah, then we won't be doing Uldaman or thinking about Uldaman until like level 42. Because at level 42, I might be able to hit the last boss. It'd probably be better to approach it at level 45. But then I don't know if some earlier parts of the dungeon might be like a lower level. What about Zul'Farrak? Around the same level, like 42, 45. Probably closer to 45. You know, Zul'Farrak might be a little bit of a higher level than Uldaman. The tank needs 2 minutes. 2 entire minutes? Oh my god, how am I going to occupy myself for 2 entire minutes? That's more than 1 minute. It's a lot more than 1 second. It's more than a moment. 2 full minutes, please. Okay. Can't promise that I won't get up to trouble in that 2 minutes. Oh, the priest already beat me to it. CNET, congratulations, man. Is that it? The grind's over? It's finally done? I would say maybe never do AV ever again in your life. And then you'd probably feel better. Yeah, I'm sure it got rough. Whoops. We're gonna have a buddy. Wait, is the priest still pulling? Or is the tank back? Oh, the tank is back, okay. It looked for a moment like the priest was tanking something. Probably the ad that I pulled over. I pull everything. I don't want to be that type of rogue. That's a certain type of rogue. Not with a tank that's been okay. If I get a silly tank, then maybe. I think I have to wait until I get Tricks of the Trade. Doesn't Tricks of the Trade, isn't that like an aggro transfer? Where I can like transfer my threat to somebody else? That'd be fun. I'm hoping that we kill enough this run that we get level 38. I would really like to get level 38 here, and then after that, we'll be in a good position to do some more questing back in Stranglethorn, I think. Although, we have to check out Desolace. I gotta look at the quest in Desolace, and I have to see if maybe we have to head out that way, like, immediately. I don't want to lose out on the Centaur Grind quest. Geo, good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us. Yeah, we're gonna get the boss to kill, or the boss. We're gonna get the quest to kill all the bosses from Desolace, because I'm pretty sure the weapon is an upgrade, the one-handed sword. I think it's gonna have to be a main hand though, because it's a slower weapon with a high top end damage. So I think it's gonna be a main hand weapon. And that quest is level 39. We should certainly be able to do that at this point. I might prioritize that quest over the Centaur grind. That way we can get back to Scarlet Monastery before we're like level 40. We can kill all the bosses and have that done. Oh, that's cool. I don't really know that I've ever seen that drop. We've seen the belts, we've seen the gloves, and now the chest piece. 8 strength, 19 stamina. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that drop like that. It was one on a need roll by the tank, obviously. I wonder if that's because they're actually going to equip it. I mean, it's better than the one they have, so I would think they would equip it. Especially if they got the other 3 pieces of the set, because then they'll have a set bonus. Is there anything here that's really good for rogues? No. Supposedly there's some leather bracers off the last boss here, but I have never seen them drop. And as for library and armory, there's nothing in either of those either. There's really no loot for rogues. But again, there is the good one-handed sword off the quest. It's just that the quest is kind of a pain in the butt to get. If there's a one-handed sword that drops out of any of these dungeons, I've never seen that either. We're going to be so close on XP, but I'm not sure if we're going to actually ding 38. We will see.
shall pay for this treachery. Arise, my champion.
At your side, my lady.
There we go. He dropped the Scarlet leggings. I mean, if the Paladin got all those sets, he could have the 4-piece bonus, which admittedly is not very good, but it's something, you know. Geared him out. You got the shield, the chest, the legs, possibly the belt and the gloves if you grab those. Very cool. We got really close to dinging, but we just did not quite get there. And I think now I just have to hearth out, I think. It's either hearth out or run back to South Shore, so I'm gonna hearth out. Dragon's Bane, thanks for coming along, man. Amazing DPS on that Warlock, buddy. Keep it up. Yeah, we could definitely do stuff in Desolace. There is a quest in Ironforge I need to pick up that starts a chain to kill some demons in Desolace. I'd like to have that if I'm going to head that way. I think what I need to do first is maybe I need to go back to Stormwind and jump on the tram. Might have. Do I have anything in Stormwind to turn in? Yeah, I do. We do have a quest in Stormwind, so let's fly to Stormwind. And we'll start there. How do I know about all these quests? Just a ton of playing the game. I've been playing the game for 20 years. So you just start to know where quests are, especially quests like the one I'm talking about in particular, the Reclaimer's quest that's in Ironforge. Like, that's a quest that I've forgotten to grab several times. And so, like, especially when you make mistakes like that, then you tend to do a better job of remembering to grab it next time. Would the Questie add-on help? It would help in a way, but you'd still have to manually look for quests. Like, it will tell you where to pick quest up, and it will tell you what level those quests are, but you'd have to do that. You'd have to go look. So in a way, you'd have to know what you're looking for, but, you know... Like, right here's the quest right here. So, like, I can go find the quest, but unless you're kind of just exploring these, and you're seeing, like, okay, I can do yellow quest, orange quest, and green quest, it can help you in that way. If you're willing to kind of like investigate zones. Like you can go and you can see like, yeah, level 39, I could do that, level 33, level 31. So yeah, it helps. It helps you build familiarity for sure. But Questie's not gonna guide you to anything. It's not gonna tell you to do anything. It's not gonna guide you anywhere manually. You're still gonna have to look at Quest and decide where you want to go. And Questie can be super misleading. Like anything can if you don't know what you're looking at. That's true. Turning in this quest in Stormwood should get us level 38, and then we can train our level 38 rogue stuff. We get a new rank of Sinister Strike. So that's gonna help us with damage. We get a new rank of Deadly Poison, so we'll also have to re-up our poison materials. We are basically out of poison materials. So I think for me, the best way for me to get into Desolace is going to be to go to Ironforge. We have the quest to pick up, then to Menethil Harbor, and then we'll sail to Aberdeen. And from Aberdeen, I should have the flight point for Northern Stone Talon. And then we'll just run south through Stone Talon, through the Charred Vale, and that should get us into Desolace. I think that's the best way. Especially since I have to stop at Ironforge anyway to pick up a quest. Whoops, I am getting way ahead of myself. We need to go to the Stormwind Keep. Dragonsbane, you wish you could type like me? Weird. I mean, I can type fast, yeah. I think the ability to type quickly and without looking at the keyboard was probably the only useful life skill that I learned in high school. It's probably the only thing I learned that I went on to use like in every part of my life afterwards. Just the ability to type without looking. And to type quickly.
Good day to you. See you around. See you later.
I had an actual keyboarding class. And that was awesome. Alright, so that got us 38. We are putting points into aggression until that's capped out. Let's go train our rogue skills. And then we'll head to Ironforge. Actually, we can just head to Ironforge. We can train there. Since we're pretty close to the tram. We can also pick up poison stuff in Ironforge. So we're going to cap out at 225. At 225, we should be able to go to Dustwallow Marsh to Theramore. And I think being at 225 is what allows us to take the quest to get the next rank of First Aid. And maybe also learn Mage Weave. Unless Mage Weave is something that we can buy the book off the auction house. I really don't know. Whether we have to learn it from the NPC or we have to get a book for it. But we are capped out at 225 right now. I think skinning is also capped out. I need to see where I can train skinning past 225. Alright, so with poisons, we got Deadly Poison 2 now. And we have Instant Poison 3. Okay, so let's get rid of these. So I still need the same mats. Oh, this one we're not gonna make. Yeah, I still need the same mats. Okay, that's good. So we still need... Oh, this is Dust of Deterioration. That's different. There we go. Let's grab 20 of those. Leaded vials we're going to need a ton of. And then Deathweed. Alright, so let's make all these. It looks like we get new ranks into our poisons every time our character levels up. This becomes a higher number. So we're just going to keep pushing the poison rank as we level up, it seems like.
Be seeing you.
I feel like I just need to make 20 of each. And then I'll feel good about it. So we're gonna need more deadly poison.
Would you like to purchase something? Alrighty then.
There's a skinning trainer here. I don't imagine they could train us to 300. I'm gonna pop my head in here and take a look. Expert, journeyman. Yeah, I don't know if any of these guys can help us. Oh, he can train us in skinning. Okay, so skinning I can train anywhere. It's gonna be the leatherworking that we have to get out to Darnassus. If we ever want to do leatherworking again, which eventually we will. We'll try to make sure we get it all the way skilled up before we head through the dark portal. But it's nice to have skinning opened up now. That way we can keep getting skill ups towards 300 with our skinning. $300 is the cap for vanilla era, yeah. And that won't open up until TBC's out. I think we'll have to wait for the dark portal to actually train professions. I don't think it'll be available in the pre-patch. So I think the trainers are all in Outland. What professions did you choose for a rogue? I don't know. I took leatherworking and skinning, but this is the highest level rogue I've ever leveled up, so I don't know a ton about rogues. And I don't know a ton about professions in TBC. I'm hoping that with leatherworking I'll be able to make some of my own gear. But I have no clue. Maybe there will be like armor patches that'll be valuable to sell. Leg patches for armor and stuff like that, I don't know. If you're ever in doubt about professions, herbalism and alchemy is always good. Because at least that way you can make your own elixirs, you can make your own flasks and potions, and if you're raiding, that stuff can get expensive. See, Hellfire Peninsula is one of my favorite zones. That's just a good example of how different humans can be. Yeah, when in doubt, herbalism, alchemy. Yeah, I agree. Because especially if you know you're going to do endgame stuff, it's useful for everybody. And you can make money off of it. Everybody likes money. We just missed our boat. Because, you know, that's just kind of how it goes. It's okay, maybe we'll do a little bit of fishing to kill the time. What about the Baron's dungeons? I typically just skip them on Alliance side. So I don't really care about the gear. There may or may not be a couple of pieces of gear that we would want. I don't really care about the gear that much. Mainly when I'm doing dungeons, I'm just trying to gain levels. I'm trying to get as much XP per hour as I can. And I think that's why a lot of people just grind Scarlet Monastery Cathedral, because of the mob density. There's so many mobs, you pull them in big packs, you AoE them all down. And then you go again. You know, because we don't care about the gear. Eventually we're going to go into Outland, and green is going to be the new purple, and everything's going to be splendid. And on the Alliance side, it's hard to find groups for that stuff, because prior to the Summoning Stones being active, you either have to have everybody run out there, and there's nothing really close to get you there on the Alliance side, or you have to have a Warlock willing to go out there, and then you still need 2 other people, so... On Alliance side, a lot of the times we don't get to do a lot of the Kalimdor dungeons. They're just too inconvenient, it takes too much time to get there, and that's time that you should be out questing or killing mobs. In my opinion. See, now I won't be able to make armor and leatherworking, however I'll be able to make the legendary drums of battle. Oh, okay. Sounds like something at least. Drums of battle. We're racing along leveling wise. Oh, we'll come to a grinding halt at about level 42. That's typically where questing comes to an absolute grinding halt in vanilla era. You'll see. If we can keep our kill rate up, if we can keep in like having good weapons and all that stuff, then it might not be as painful, but typically starts to slow down quite a bit. I still have my fingers crossed for a Joyous Journey buff before pre-patch. I don't think it's gonna happen because Blizzard doesn't like me that much. But I'm still, in the back of my mind, I'm still hoping for it. That would really ease the way to 58 for us. If we had a JJ buff, I'd probably take this character all the way to 60. Without the JJ buff, I'm probably going to stop at 58 and just be happy to be able to walk through the Dark Portal. Will there be a Rambleshire in Classic Plus? If they let us have housing in neighborhoods, yes. Although I don't think anybody wants housing in Classic Plus, to be honest. If I were to play retail, which I probably won't do, then we could have a neighborhood called Rambleshire. Then again, since Blizzard already used the name, we might be locked out of the name. Since they already named a town that, we might be just locked out of it. I don't think you can use like proper nouns that are already in the game. David, you can suggest it, but I won't allow it. Alright, I'm gonna go AFK on this flight for a minute. I need to get a little bit more coffee.
What brings you here?
Let's see. Yeah, right here. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Well, snap. I thought we had the Stone Talon flight point, but I don't. Ugh. Oh, man. Kalimdor on the Alliance side stinks. I don't have the Stone Talon flight point. Okay, well we're gonna have a little bit of a run. I will be back. Alright, let's go. I need the connecting flight point in Astronar. That would be the dumbest connecting flight point I could imagine, though. Like, if that's the connecting flight point, it would take me all the way out here, then I don't even want it. We'll just live without it. Oh, you know what? No. Never mind. Let's just go where we're going, and I'll, I was thinking I could go to Darnassus, but we've already kind of passed that opportunity by. So I will worry about that another time. I'm gonna pop this world buff because the world buff has a 10% speed increase, and we're about to do a lot of running, so there we go. And now we've got the boost from our boots and the boost from the world buff. That'll make this go a little bit faster. Or at least it would go faster if I could find the cave entrance. We got close. Well, I mean, I guess I just never took this character back there. I could have swore we went back there to do some stuff, but I guess I was thinking about another tune. I could have been thinking about the warrior. I could have been thinking about any character, but yeah, we didn't go back there at all. According to my map, it doesn't look like I've been over here at all. If I had been over here, I would have cleared the Fog of War off the map. And I also would not have discovered the Talon Deep Path. We discovered the Talon Deep Path. We discovered the Withering Crag. If I had ever gotten this flight point on this character, we would have already had to discover these things. That's how I know we haven't been back there on this character. Just because we would have had to come out here, and therefore we would have already discovered this. I must have been thinking about a different tune. And yeah, you don't need the Ajara flight point to take a flight point from Astronar to Stone Talon Peak. That one is a direct flight. You need the Astronar flight point to like connect to Ratchet or something, or there was a very specific pathway that you need the Astronar flight point, but it's not to Stone Talon Peak. Because we've made that flight before from Astronar. Now the question becomes, do I want to run up there and grab the flight point now? I don't really want to, but I suppose we should. We have Ratchet, we have Theramore. I think I'm going to run up there and get this flight point. It is nice music and nice scenery. So at least there is that. Here we go. Yeah, see, Stone Talon to Astronar is a straight shot. Same thing back up to Aberdeen. Now we're good. At some point, we'll appreciate having that flight point. Are we there yet? 27 more hours to go. Every time my kid asks us, like, how much longer until we get somewhere, I always make up an absurd amount of time. If it's gonna be like 10 more minutes, I'll tell him 3 hours, you know, just to see how he reacts. Exactly. Don't make me turn this dwarf around. I will turn this dwarf around. I will take us right back to Ironforge, mister. And if I have to do that, you're going to be grounded to the forge for the rest of the day. Desolace Precata is cool. Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot more stuff to do here than a lot of people think about, because there's stuff over on the coast that takes us out to some like islands where there are Naga. There's a couple of cool little demon infested areas that are really nice. I like Desolace. It's just a pain to get here on the Alliance side. Like everywhere on the Alliance side, it's a pain to get to. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do everything here. We're gonna do everything we can, which should be at this point basically all of it. Bone Collector is good. Ghostoplasm Roundup is good. Yeah, I think we can basically do everything. We're gonna have to prioritize the low-level stuff, because I don't want to out-level any of it. But since we made the journey out here, I would like to do everything. I might set my Hearthstone here, because it's a pretty big zone. But let's see where our flight will connect us to. Let's make sure we can get to Theramore or to Ratchet if we need to from this flight point. Because otherwise I don't know how we get out of Kalimdor. We should be able to go right to Theramore from here, I would think. Yeah, we can go to Theramore. We can't go to Ratchet. Which is weird. I thought I had the Ratchet flight point, but maybe I don't. Interesting. Either way, all that really matters is that we can get out of here. We can get ourselves back to Ironforge pretty easily. So with that in mind, I'm going to set the Hearthstone here.
a good one.
Alright, so this is the first part of the Scarlet Monastery quest.
Go with honor, friend.
We'll do that. We'll do that. We're going to do it, but we're not going to prioritize it. I want to do everything else here first.
Here there.
Hey, good.
And see, so if you don't grab that quest in Ironforge, then you don't open up this guy's quest.
Watch your back. Talk with you.
This one's to get some demon parts right nearby.
Hey, good.
But you have to remember to go to Ironforge, pick up the Reclaimer's business quest before you come here. Otherwise, it just feels like there's a lot less to do if you don't get those two quests.
What can I do for you?
Strange Alliance. Who are we going to group with for Centaur faction? I don't think it really matters.
Light bless you. Go with honor, friend.
Usually I kill the guys down here, which then sends us out here to do a turn-in and sends us back and forth and back and forth. So we'll probably just do that.
Greetings.
Alright. Let's run over to the caravan here real quick and we'll do this one and then we'll head over and we'll fight some demons. Centaur Bounty would be good to pick up as well. That's just a quest for Centaur Ears that we can get off of anything. Oh, it looks like it's gray though. It's gray-green. Yeah, see, we almost came here too late. Level 38 is pretty high for a level 31 quest. But we're gonna get it done naturally anyway by working on other Centaur stuff, so... even if it goes gray, it's not really a big deal. Poisons? We'll get poisons on before we start fighting the demons. I think this first part, I don't know how much fighting we're gonna have to do. I will pop an agility elixir. And then we still have the world buff. The shore where the Naga swim is good for leveling lockpicking, but best to get the underwater breathing elixir. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. Like out this way. My skill is only like 102 right now. 103. I don't think my skill is going to be enough to work out in that area yet. I need to go to the Ashenvale Lumberyard. Somebody mentioned Lumberyard in Ashenvale. Or I need to go at skill level 100 first. I'll have to get that done eventually. I mean, I want my rogue to be able to pick lockboxes, so I'm going to have to take the time someday. Risen from the Dead, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's huge, man. That's a ton of support. Thank you so much. Happy New Year. Let's hope that 2026 is a good one. It's going to be a good one for Warcraft. So, I feel like that makes it. Yep, 2026 will be the year of TBC. And if we're lucky, maybe 2027 will also be the year of TBC. Maybe 2026 will be the year we get a Classic Plus announcement. I feel like at BlizzCon, they're going to have to at least talk about Classic Plus. Like, they're going to have to at least confirm that they're working on it. That's the dream. You don't trust Blizzard with Classic Plus? Too bad. You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to trust them with it. And then what you could do furthermore is you could give feedback on it. But we must trust. We must give them a chance to give us their best shot. I think as long as they're open to feedback, then I think it will be good, because it's something that can grow. You know, it's not like they release Classic Plus and it has to stay exactly the way it is on day one. It's going to be a version of the game that grows and changes over time. And as players, we're going to help guide that growth and help guide that change. It'd be nice if they hired the team that develops Turtle WoW. The team, no. It would be okay if they grabbed some of their writers. That's all they should do. The only people they should grab from the Turtle WoW development team are maybe some of the people that wrote some of the quests. Because they're okay writers, and they seem to know and care about the lore. The rest of the Turtle WoW development team, forget them. We don't need them. Blizz has developers that can do all that stuff and do it better. But maybe just hire some of the writing guys. That's it. I don't think I've ever seen this many players in Desolace. That's kind of a testament to how busy the server is that like we have mobs that are farmed out in Desolace. Which is a zone that like a lot of players don't spend a ton of time in. Some people never really do anything here at all. But we are seeing a lot of activity. Yeah, it's 50 plus. Yep, I've never seen Desolace with 50 plus people in it. I can't think of a single time. That's awesome. Yeah, for some reason, it is a zone that a lot of people don't like. I think when you don't know how to get into all the quest lines, it just feels kind of empty. Like, if you don't grab the quest from Ironforge, you don't have any of this stuff to do. If you come here at the wrong level, then you can't really work on everything at once. Then you have to make 2 different trips, and the travel gets to be annoying if you're on Alliance side. Everybody kind of has their own reasons, but it's a good zone. It's a good zone that on the Alliance side, it's really easy to forget about. There's a cool Horde NPC that walks around. Rexar. Rexgar? Rexar. I don't know if there's a G. It's either Rexar or Rexgar. And his bear Misha. Terrifying Alliance players in hardcore since forever. Even though he's not aggressive. Alright, there we go. That was a little bit of grinding, but we are done with that quest. Let's go back, we'll turn both of these in, and then we'll see what's up next. I think after these, we'd probably have to pick our Centaur faction, and we can grind the Centaur. We could go after the Undead Ravagers. And then we also have a couple of quests out to the west. Level 33, level 39 and 36.
what's on your mind. Watch your back. Walk with it.
That one gave us a follow-up for Scorplash Venom and Aged Kodo Hides. Alright. I'll tell you guys what, I'm going to take a break right here for today. And tomorrow morning we're going to pick up with the questing. We're going to do all the green stuff first, and then we'll end with Down the Scarlet Path. This will have a little bit of running around, but it'll give us a good quest to go kill all of the SM bosses, and we'll get a pretty decent one-hand weapon out of all of it. So that will be our plan for tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today and for all the support. I really do appreciate it. And I hope to see you all tomorrow. Until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and we will see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.